Hey now, you need to mind your moo manners. Yeah, be grateful that I showed up at all for you in this outrageous little outfit. Exactly. Be patient, not sad. Don't be sad, just be happy that I showed up at all. Number 1, Hazer. You have to let me know if I have lipstick on my teeth. This is of the utmost importance. Yeah. Today is milking time. Time to milk the mommies. Oh, actually, Hazer was the first mommy to be milked. Crazy Maniac, unsurprisingly, second mommy to be milked. Let me milk you, my mommies. I know that it's not you. I know. Mr. Anonymous just said, Mamma mia. Oh, a milk bath. Have you ever had a milk bath? My mom, when I was growing up, had these, it's like a little pouch, and it had, milky flakes, soap milk flakes in it. Anyways, it was so, she would have, a special milk bath all the time. And then I was like, oh, when I'm older, I'll get to do that too. But then I've never actually, I have baths all the time with bath bombs all the time. But I've never done it, in that way. Okay, wait, I don't think I need extra pillows there. I think I just need to adjust these pillows here. But also I'm like, oh, how do I adjust these without showing you guys too much of the front and or the back of my outfit? I need to show you just the right amount of my outfit, which is not too much nor too little. You get what I mean. How's that? That should be good, right? Oh, your little cow outfit is making me thirsty. Oh, I love for this little cow outfit. Are you so cute? You guys, look at my little hooves. I got little cow hooves. I love the little cow hooves. Yes. V, were you born in the morning, in the evening, the afternoon, or in the night? And the answer is yes. And the answer is just yes. Yes. I've never stopped being born. I'm being birthed right now. That's right, yeah. It's hot, and it's steamy, and it's wrong. And it's so wrong. It's just something about these, you mean my hooves? Something about those erotic little hooves. Call it like it is, erotic little hooves. Yes. Did you guys see that meme? Oh, also look, this is what I was talking about yesterday. The microphone can come all the way over here, but then it is blocking. It's crazy to me that I'm like, oh, no. We can't have the microphone be here because then it's blocking so much of my toys, and that's so wrong and inappropriate. But also if the microphone is here, then you can hear me better, and then I don't actually have to scream at you because I kind of do scream at you. I do kind of scream at you. Sorry. Okay, so the truth is I like screaming at you. It feels good. It feels good to get it out. We all have screams inside of us. Yeah. Suddenly I really want cookies. To go with the milk? Yes. Yes, you do. Cows like mud baths, too. You guys don't even get me started on... Oh, okay, I do need the extra pillows. I want all the back support. Don't even get me started. I hung out with the poet last night. Yeah, our man the poet. Oh, see, that's, so much better. We had what I would describe as, some of the first hard conversations that you get to have when you're getting to know somebody, which is very, very fun, but also very, very scary. I don't know how well I did. I don't feel like I nailed it, to be honest, because it was very, very scary. Basically, he was just like, hey, V, even if we stopped having sex, even if we never had sex again, V, I would still want to be your friend. I still want to be in your life. I'm not throwing our entire experience together out, even if we stop fucking. The difficulty is that as he was saying this to me last night, the only thing that I was hearing was, we're never gonna fuck again. I was just like, wait a minute. What? We're not, the sex is going? Is the sex going somewhere? And he was like, no. He's like, the sex is not going anywhere. We're gonna do all the sex. There are sex plans. But when when all of the sex plans are planned and plopped, when you plop those sex plans, he's like, I'll still be your friend after that. And that's such a wonderful, sweet thing. It scared me because I was like, no one's ever. Because I was like, oh, literally every guy I've ever dated is like, if you don't give me exactly what the fuck I want, exactly when the fuck I want it, you will never see. I will punish you in every way I know how. What is dating? Oh my God. I mean, these men didn't say those exact words, but it was always that game. Do you know what I mean? I feel like men have had this experience with women as well, and so I'm not like, I mean, maybe I am talking out of my ass, but I also feel like there might be something relatable in this diatribe. I don't even know what that word means. I don't know. You guys would probably have to contribute for it to be a die, because die is usually like 2, but it's just me monologue. Is it just a monologue? Yeah. InvaderVie, I mean this in the most flattering way possible. You remind me of Fran from The Nanny. There's no person on the planet who would hear, you remind me of the character Fran Fine, played by the phenomenal and incomparable Fran Drescher. That's only a compliment. That's only a compliment. Thank you so much. I hope that other people see this, because I would absolutely love to star in the Nanny reboot TV series. I think the world is ripe for it. I think that my generation are nannies. I think my generation is not having kids and we're taking care of other people's children. I think that's relatable for people of my millennial age range. I'll be honest, says Biking Viking. I was bracing myself for a little scream at the mic after you adjusted it. I know what I'm doing. I can adjust myself spatially so that I can be a part of the world without hurting you. I can just also choose to hurt you. V, you look great. I love your hair. I love the makeup. In the show, she was often poked fun at, so just making sure. But that's exactly what made the show so good, is that people in the universe were sort of oblivious to how like stunningly knockout gorgeous she was, except for those like individual moments where she was quote unquote fitting in. And then she fit in so well because she also had her like quirky own deal going on. Yeah, I love The Nanny. I love Fran Drescher. Excuse me, miss. In my humble, filthy, not even subscribed opinion, you're fine as hell. None of you have any money. All of you are very poor. Is it a monologue? Oh my God, yes, thank you. Yes, and thank you. Yes, it is. And thank you for pointing it out that yes, I am monologuing today. That is honestly such a compliment. I love Fran. You'd honestly be genuinely a great fit for it. I would love it. I think it would be so fun. I think the time is right. I think I could be the right person. I mean, I'm not the right person right now. I've never been an actor on a TV show. So like, I'm probably not the right person to be the lead on a TV show. But like, maybe in a few years after I cut my teeth a little bit I'm so nervous about saying it, because to try means to set yourself up for failure. I mean, that's what trying is. It is failing over and over and over again. Oh, so yes, I'm very excited. In March, I'm going to take an acting class. Hi, Abdullah. Yeah, your squid's always here, man. He's usually not facing this way. He's usually facing this way. There you go. Now he's facing me. He's never facing you guys. Anyways, in March, I'm going to take an acting class, which I'm really looking forward to, but also I'm going to embarrass myself. That's like what it is to try something new. I don't know if I'm ready to embarrass myself. I was reading an article, just like a short little interview piece with, oh gosh, now I've forgotten his name. That's so like unfortunate. He's, Jesse Plemons, of course. Such an amazing actor. Like literally such an amazing actor. Wow. He was talking about body and what it is to be an actor. And I actually forget now also. The memory's turning into Swiss cheese. The early onset Alzheimer's is coming up. He was talking about how he fucked. He like literally shit the bed doing an audition, I think for maybe one of the Marvel movies or something. Anyways, like a huge opportunity for any actor. And he is like, I fucked it up. I fucked it up so bad. I like didn't know what I was doing. When I saw who they, like the actual person of the cast, and like when I watched all the rest of it, it was just like, wow, like I was so off base. And it was really very important, I think, for me to get to see that, like, yes, even the most successful people are like, wow, I fucked up so hard. And that the most successful people are the ones who say, I guess maybe even the most often, wow, I fucked up so hard. You could probably play two characters at once in a reboot because Fran's outrageous lines and Miles' cynicism towards Cece, is that how it's spelled, are both things that you'd... What's wonderful is that as an actor, you literally just get to play like one character, and if you play that one character, it's awesome. This isn't Severance. Please don't make me be multiple people. Acting classes sound cool. And then this guy said his own opinion, which is so weird. No. These acting classes do sound really... I mean... I can't really understand why you would say that, like, an acting class didn't sound cool. Taking an acting class is literally so much fun. You get to sit down in a room with other artists, and you get to pair up within these little scenes, and you get to play. It's actually so much fun. It is literally the most fun. And then if you are able to transform that fun into something that is meaningful to literally anybody, that transforms it into art, and that takes fun and actually makes it important in a way, which there aren't a lot of other things that you can do where fun becomes important. You can't really have fun doing open heart surgery. That's too important to have fun doing. I'm sure that people have fun at work when they are open heart surgeons, but I doubt it's like in that exact moment. For actors, even and almost especially, so think about in episode 4 of Severance, when Irving has grabbed Helly and yanked her across the frozen ground, dragged her down onto her knees, and dunked her head underwater. He's torturing her. He's physically torturing her, threatening her life. Do you know what everyone is afraid of? Everyone is afraid of the same thing, and they know that everybody is afraid of this because they asked people who cannot feel fear what they are afraid of. And so this is beyond just like your individual instincts of, oh, I'm worried about clowns, or I'm worried about snakes, or I'm worried about spiders, or I'm worried about clown, snake, spiders. Not being able to breathe, suffocating, asphyxia. So Irving is drowning Helly, and he's saying, this is not Helly, this is Helena. She's a fucking mole. And her head comes out again. She says, do it, Seth. And Irving says, yes, do it, Seth. And like the way that he delivers that line, he said in an interview or in the podcast perhaps somewhere, that it was like throwing a spear. And it is, you could hear that in his delivery, what that Seth was like, this long, sharp projectile that just cuts right down to the center of the person that is receiving it, because it's like, I fucking got you. I fucking nailed you. I knew I was right. And he was right. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. And that scene is like scary and difficult and hard, all those things that I was describing, as your body is doing them, like as John Turturro reached out and grabbed Britt Lower's, like neck, chest, and dragged her across the ground. She's acting in her body that she doesn't want to go with him. She's yanking herself away from him, very much in a way that a terrified animal would do to save its life. And John Turturro is grabbing her and yanking her as well. And our bodies are incredibly intelligent. We can tell ourselves something and actually feel that the placebo effect is incredibly real inside of each and every one of us. It's a fantastic facet of our humanity. And that makes acting it can make acting scary and dangerous, because your body doesn't know that you're not actually going to drown this woman to death. And to be a good actor, you need to feel in your body, what it would feel like to drown this woman to death. And as a person who is being tortured and has the potential to be murdered in that moment of torture, if things go wrong, you have to feel that in your body as well. And so these things, That's bad. That's bad. You hear about actors getting burnt out. You hear about actors feeling traumatized by roles or being unable to shake it off. Heath Ledger is kind of an amazing example of this, that he getting into the role of the Joker, doing the things that he did in that movie. He's an intelligent, pardon me, he passed, obviously. He was an intelligent man. He knew that he was reading a script. He knew that the script was the product of many people writing at a table, probably eating Chinese food late into the night, and Christopher Nolan being one of the most, like, bang out, yes, that's a great take, let's move on to the next thing type of directors. So Heath Ledger didn't have a ton of opportunity to warm his body up into, I imagine, what was very, very difficult things for his body to embody. And then it's not always good for actors. A lot of actors burn out. A lot of actors become incredibly addicted to drugs to numb the things that they've put their body through on camera. That's why it is actually so cool and fun to take these classes, and why it's so important, because it helps you transform it back into fun. It takes it from this very serious thing where the performance must be life or death because the scene requires it to be life or death. And then the classes take it back into these life or death situations. It's like pendulating in therapy. It's like you come back into it closely, and it's so good. I'm very excited for my acting class, mostly because I'm watching these amazing TV shows like Severance and being like, wow, I'll be honest with you, when I was younger, there was not a lot of TV shows that I watched, or movies even, that I liked the people who looked like me or the people who were like me up on the screen. I mostly was like, I wouldn't want to be that girl. I wouldn't want to play that character. I wouldn't want to do those things. And now it's 2025 and I'm in my mid-30s, and now I'm like, I would love to be these characters. I would love to be this person. I would love to tell this story. I want to do this now because I am not in my 20s. I don't know how else to describe it succinctly other than, and it's because I'm older. I went to clown college, and the only thing I got out of it was a pie-in-the-face fetish. I love that you think you got the pie-in-the-face fetish after clown college, and you didn't go to clown college because of the pie-in-the-face fetish. This is the problem, people. People don't know nothing. People don't know nothing. Nothing. They know nothing. You know what? That's the same symbol on, or is it? I don't know. Did you guys see the new design for the new Pokemon game? I saw some of the character designs for the new Pokemon game, and I'm like, these look fucking sick. Ooh, that's a creepy question. I don't know why people, actually, never mind. I know exactly why people talk to other people in this way. It's because they are maladjusted. And trust me, I know everything about, I am also deeply maladjusted. So, relatable. But enjoy your band. Thank you, Tigger. Moo. Thank you for taking my money, LOL. Do we ban him because he gave me nothing? Oh, wait, sorry. I guess you gave me $4.20. You're welcome. I don't know. What else do you want from me? You built up. You guys, you know what? I love the cow fit. I live for this little cow fit. Yeah, I love it. I built it up in your minds and in your hearts because honestly, it's amazing. It's a great little fit. I love being a cow. It's just so, I'm so mammalian. So, thoughtful. Also having big brown eyes. Big brown cow eyes. Oh yeah. What has been your favorite fetish that you developed because of somebody that you dated? And if you never dated anybody and never adopted a new fetish because of your partner, what secret fetish do you hope? What secret fetish do you hope your future partner has? Is that a grocery store? Women in grocery store uniforms? I like nostrils. I love noses. Yes, I love noses, ears. Best of luck for the class. Break a hoof. But where's Connor? Exactly. In theater, you say break a leg. It's bad luck to say good luck. On opening night, or any night, you know what I mean? Yeah, you say break a leg. What I like to do is take it even further and say break all their legs. Break everybody's legs. You go out on stage and you just start breaking legs. You just left, right, center. You're just, I'm gonna break your leg. And then 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 I'll break your leg. And you go out there and you do it individually. And if you do it right, you cripple the audience with your talent. I think, I don't know. That's what I get when I watch, like, that amazing scene between John Noble, Christopher Walken, and John Turturro. Are those their names? Is it David Noble? Sometimes I get the first names wrong. I often get the last names. It's kind of difficult, especially with, like, no offense, but with, like, very regular first names, like John and David. And, oh, God, I dated this Timmy Tam Tom Turner. This guy, his name was either Tim or Tom, and whichever it was the opposite of whichever one I wanted it to be. He was very sweet and very nice. He came over to my house once wearing leather jogging pants and this like hideous black and white knit sweater that literally looked like something the son Levy would wear in Schitt's Creek. You know the son Levy, not the father Levy. Yeah. So Tim Tam Tom, whatever his name was, the leather jogging pants. He was fun, he was interesting, but actually what's terrible is that the most memorable thing about all of our dates is that he gave me so much space just to like, he was like a human stage of a man. He was a very good stage for me just to like perform and do whatever the fuck I wanted, which is great, it was nice, but then also not particularly engaging. I went to go see Hereditary with him. It's so funny that I was like, oh my God, it was just me and, wait, Frances McDormand, oh sorry, who was, I know now I feel bad that I don't remember the main actress from, no. Was it? I can't even remember, and now I can't think of anyone else's name but Frances McDormand. I'm like, was it her? Anyways, I digress. How much for Death by Snoo Snoo? Do you mean Death by Snoo Snoo? You just have to leave me everything in your will, I guess. How much you got? Hello. And some hearts. You guys, we have 3 first-time chatters. Hello, first-time chatters. Welcome. It is your first time chatting. Hi, puppy. You love playing fetch, right? Oh my gosh. You have to give me the ball, though. You gotta give me the ball. Okay, ready? Go get it. Yeah. I also don't want to take an acting class, and I'm like totally on board with you being like, that's so dumb and that sounds so terrible. I'm so terrified of doing new things. I'm like so scared of doing new things, even though I love doing new things. Every time I do something new, I discover something new to love, and that, like, all that love, I think is really making my ass extra thick. And more than that, what could anyone ever ask for? Yeah. I love the stockings over the pantyhose look. This is so I don't get banned immediately, automatically. Twitch loves banning me hard and fast and on the regular, and so I'm doing my absolute darndest to not get banned immediately for all my outfits, you know? It was Toni Collette, it was not Frances McDormand. Thank you so much, you're absolutely correct, and it was Toni Collette. I apologize for conflating Toni Collette and Frances McDormand. Pardon me. Your Tinkerbell cosplay was my favorite. I need to get a brand new dress and a brand new set of wings because I really love the Tinkerbell cosplay, but I also cannot deny that that dress for the Tinkerbell cosplay is just a men's oversized t-shirt that I cut into a like dress shape. So that's not like a real garment. That guy can do better. And then also the wings that I had were from the dollar store. And I think that I can do better than dollar store wings. I know that you're saying something interesting. You know what's great? By the time I got down to your comment, I was saying boring shit. Isn't that great? But damn! You and your noise-canceling biddies. Respectfully. My thighs? Oh, they're so juicy. Oh my God. You have no idea. They're so juicy. And my ass just will not quit. My ass just will not quit. I recall it pinching as well. What? The stockings, the pantyhose, the Tinkerbell cosplay, pinching of the Tinkerbell cosplay. I do need a new Tinkerbell cosplay, but I need it to be a sweetheart strapless mini dress with a sort of fringe bottom. And I have like an idea in my mind that is so specific. I'm like, am I making this cosplay myself out of numerous individual parts? Or am I, how else can I do it? I don't know how else to do it, but I want to do it. I don't know how it's gonna get done, but it needs a doing. You know what I mean? And then for the wings, there are some amazing fucking wings. And I really love fairy wings. I feel like I deserve fairy wings. I feel like I would just wear them around my house even. Oh, welcome back, Ritus, my sweet tree among shrubs. Did anyone see that Welcome to the Cowgirl Cafe TikTok? It was a real classic. Oh God. Do you remember the old Twitch party that you went to? The one with Train and XQC reacted to it a while ago. I kind of missed that era. That party was so crazy. I'm so horribly embarrassed to admit that it was not in San Diego. It was in one of the small, close by boroughs. It wasn't downtown San Diego where the convention was. And so we took an Uber there, me and no, you know what? I don't know who was in the car with me, and it doesn't matter who was in the car with me. We're not dropping names. But we arrived at that party, and I have a lot of anxiety. And my anxiety often manifests with being very, very uncomfortable with other people being in control of my body. And if you're a passenger in a car, technically somebody else is controlling your body. They're controlling the car that your body is riding in. So I get very, very motion sick very, very easily. And our car pulled up at this beautiful, sprawling mansion in a gorgeous, picturesque neighborhood of America. And we all pile out of this car. I take 7 steps towards the beautiful gardens that are in the front part of this mansion, and I projectile vomit like I'm possessed by the devil in The Exorcist. Everybody who was in the car with me is just like, oh my fucking Christ. Oh, call a priest, a young priest and an old priest. Are there any priests inside? I was like, I'm so sorry, guys. That's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. It's so embarrassing. They're just I guess that we're all just intensely grateful that you didn't do that in the car or in the mansion. Doing it out front in the garden where nobody is here or watch. We'll just find a watering can and hose that section down. Everyone was very sweet about it. And I was like, okie dokie. Well, now that I've got that out of the way, I'm sure I'm going to have a great time at this party. So the first thing that I do is immediately go into the powder room of this mansion and just rinse my mouth out with water and search frantically for mouthwash. Can't find any mouthwash. Decide that somebody will have gum at some point, and I'm sure things will be okay. Oh, it's your first time subscribing. Thank you. That's my subscriber song, but it's in moos. Like the Doom song, but moos. So, all this is to say, that party was amazing. It was, I came out of the bathroom, and I was like, okay, nobody knows that you just puked your entire life out in the bushes out front. So you're just gonna ride that high throughout the rest of the party. And it was very fun. There were tons of people. I didn't know anybody. There was tons of food in the kitchen, which was amazing. Really, really delicious food. Because there's something about it was greasy Tex-Mex food, which is fucking amazing. There's something about greasy, and I know I'm gonna say some really outrageous shit right now. There is something about greasy Tex-Mex food that is just so much better if it's been sitting out for a little bit. I feel like it's good for you. This was pre-pandemic as well, remember? So everybody in the house had been breathing on it, and I feel like I took in those molecules and I got a sort of taste and a feel. I'm not even joking, I'm psycho. So I believe that the universe is full of all these little bits and clues, and that everything is magic, and that you can breathe in the life of a taco and enjoy the party better for it. Why not? So we grabbed food. Me and my friends, we grabbed food, and then I can't remember the order of all of these things happening, but all of these things happened throughout the night. we were sitting down outside eating our tacos, and they were so fucking good. They were so fucking good. And XQC walks by, and he goes, "That looks so good." And I was like, "This is really good. You want to go get some of these tacos?" And then he did like a little double take and was like, "I know you. You're InvaderVie." And I was like, "Whatever. Sure, that's my name, baby. You can call me whatever the fuck you want." It made me feel so. Can you guys imagine like more of a celebrity moment for yourself? I was like, "Oh my god, puking in the bushes is all worth it just for that." I think, I feel like it was like pretty early in the night that I took the picture that I posted on Twitter of everybody in the hot tub together, which was truly, that was such a beautiful moment. That was so nice. The love in that room, just that like intense, authentic, and beautiful masculine bro love in that hot tub was real. It was intoxicating and it was real. I am going to confess to being a disgusting sexual predator. I am so sorry. Nim, I can't apologize enough. I know that you have a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, but at this time, I don't believe that you and her were dating. So in the past, I was objectifying you. In the present, I am respecting you. And maybe a little objectifying too. Oops. So I was on the 3rd floor of this mansion party. I think I had like gone, fiance! Oh my god, congratulations! Fiance, that's so exciting! I was on the 3rd floor of this mansion. I think I had gone exploring because I wanted to look at all the different rooms. And now I'm remembering the timeline of this. It was after Cutie Cinderella and I met up in one of the we found this like exercise room, a gym. And I was like, "Cutie, come take pictures of me. Come take pictures with me in this mirror, please." And we took a bunch of amazing photos together. I feel like she and I just look great together. It's that like former Disney princess vibe. We just mesh. And then we came out of that room and we were looking down, and the like center part of the mansion was very open, and there's like this big, intricate, kind of like to be honest, kind of like a mall staircase or like a high school architecture type. It wasn't like a house staircase. It was very, this is a mall or a high school. This is like a space that is meant to have like high flow of traffic almost. Very strange for a house, but to each their own. And I was looking down and I saw Nim come out of the hot tub room. I'm so sorry because I'm overcome with the arousal that I felt in the moment, because watching somebody when they think they're like watching somebody who doesn't know that you're watching them is so voyeuristic. It is so inappropriately voyeuristic. Like he came out of the hot tub room. I think he was wearing his like bathing suit, or maybe he was wearing like coverings over his genitalia and buttocks. But my imagination can see through all that. Oh god, I'm such a predator. This is a nightmare. But then he was like toweled himself off, and I'm watching him do this from above, and I'm like, ah! Oh my god, he does, like, I'm not gonna call out to him, like, I can see you! Because he's in the middle of the house. Like, he knows that people can see him, but he didn't know that I was particularly like watching him with his bird's eye view. And like, in my mind, I'm like, my brain and my eyes are further away from him than my pussy. So I'm obviously not thinking straight. The geography of our bodies is not in my favor. So I'm watching him like towel himself off and get dressed, put clothes on. It's like the reverse of a striptease. He's like going from being naked and wet to being dry and clothed. And it truly was one of the most definition of erotic moments of my entire life, because I got to watch that whole thing from above. And his sort of like what's unself-conscious, or like his, like, I don't know exactly what the word is, but his just like the casual confidence with which he just moved his body through the transition was erotic. The nonchalant way, yeah, I guess I want to resist the word nonchalant, because I remember overusing it when I was younger, like an idiot, and now it's a popular word again, and I'm like, am I gonna overuse this word like an idiot again? Have I learned nothing from the early 20s? 2000s? Which religion worships cows? I think I just converted. How many times has someone else made this joke? 50 times, 100 times. People, Nathan, to be honest, people usually Google that religion and then they say the name of it. It's Hinduism, right? Like, is that right? I'm assuming, is it? I don't know. Is it that I thought you said Beyonce? 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 Yup, it's Hinduism. Hooray. One thing that I really admire about you is how openly you talk about your most feral thoughts. I have to let her out. I simply must let her out. I notice that when we don't let out our feral thoughts, they genuinely do start consuming the parts of us that we use to keep them in. sorry. I don't know if you've experienced that yet, or if I'm saying something that you're like, I'm just gonna ignore that and try not to let the seed of truth be planted in any sort of soil inside myself. But it's already happened. I got you pregnant. I've incepted you. There's no erotic stick figure today? No, I'm fat now. Now I'm fat and thick. Jerk off to it. Our chat doesn't Google. We have to literally tell them to, I know, babe. I know. I know. I know. I guess what I meant to say is that the Indian men in chat already know what they're up to. I'm too lazy to do that. Nathan, I don't mind that you're lazy because you're generous. And generous, lazy people are the best. They're literally the best. My head is a vault. Nothing's escaping. Frickin' herd agree. Let out to let things in. Rich! Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. I was thinking about that so hard this morning that I was like, you have to you have to declutter. You gotta declutter. You can't just continuously consume. You gotta purge a little. Sometimes you gotta poige. Sometimes you gotta poige. Do I have permission to fab? But it was caught by the auto mod, so I guess that's a no. I guess that's a no-perino. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The thick figure. Yeah, it's not a stick figure. She's a thick figure today. I didn't know that party was so sick. I wish we had big collabs like that. I think the last one was like shit camp. And so many bridges are burned now. Big collabs between streamers who don't usually interact. I don't think you're wrong in saying that like the vibes have been kind of off. And I'm like, I don't know what it'll take to bring the vibes back on. I truly don't. It's not for me to know, but I agree with you. I agree that the vibes are off. The vibes are different. Is it a Guardians of the Galaxy reference? It's slightly changed, but yeah, it's Drax. He says something very similar. Dave Bautista? I think I was calling him John Bautista one day, because I, again, am not, like, great with, like, David, John. These types of names are also, oh my gosh, a Daniel. Don't ever give me a Tim or a Tam. Or Tom. There's feral horny goblins stuck in the mine, but it's never being let out, because there would be too much chaos. You know what's crazy, Ritus? No. I love you so much, and I think you are special, but you're not actually so special that your chaos would unhinge anything. Your chaos would truly simply vibe with the already chaotic world. There is chaos. There is already too much chaos. You're allowed to let your freak out. It might actually help order some things. Oh, have you decided on Rotterdam or not? I haven't bought my ticket yet. I started and then... Why did I stop? I forget. Yeah. I mean, I definitely should because I love going to Europe. It's so fun. It's always a good time. And I did really enjoyed getting to hang out with everybody, especially in the park. So if we can, and like I already have a plan in place for how I know I'm going to enjoy Amsterdam in like slightly less Rotterdamming. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I've decided that yes, I want to go. I just need to like get in there and go. That's exciting. Okay. So now I have it like more in my head that like, yeah, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to come to TwitchCon EU. It's going to be so fun. I'm going to have a great time. Everyone's going to have fun. Oh, we'll go to parties. I won't have to be like so freaked out about like doing things on my own because I'm not going to be alone and I'm not going to be worried about not knowing what the plan is because I'm going to be the one who's executing the plan because I made the plan. Yeah, you can get it. You can get it. You're a good girl and you can get it. Exactly. Good girl. Yeah, you can put your paws up there to get it. Belle, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Good girl. She's like, I can't put my paws on the furniture. I won't say, okay. It's time for my break. I'm going to get her ball for her. She's so sweet. came back, I took a photo of myself and I posted it on my Instagram. So you can go and you can watch the picture on my story. Those are the right words, right? You can see the picture. You can see my story on my Instagram. You can store my Siri on your... I'm still not over glaze. Sorry. Yesterday we talked about... Was that yesterday or the day before? Time is a flat circle. Okay, but did I get the anagram right? Yeah, probably. Oh, wait, sorry. It's underneath a spoiler tag. I was like, there's nothing there. Oh, no. No, you're wrong. Those are all the right letters, yeah, and you're close, but you're wrong. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, no. Don't be cry. Oh, pardon me. Let me sit like a lady do. He's pretty close. He's pretty close. Anyways, it's Friday. I'm a cow. That's all that really matters. That's really all that matters, to be honest. That it's Friday and I'm a cow. And all I've ever wanted to be is a cow on Friday. I love cows. I love cows. When I was a little girl, my family went on 2 vacations exactly. That was it. And both times it was to Florida because that's where our grandparents would like go snowboard sometimes. Oh, sorry. I forgot to pull the microphone close. That is probably why you cannot hear me. So my grandparents would go snowboard down in Florida and we went to visit them twice. That was like all the vacations. That was 100% of the vacations that we went on as children. That's wild. Yeah, you can pay me. Oh my God. Yeah, give me all your fucking money. I'm gonna take myself on vacations now that I'm an adult. Thank you very much. So the first time that we went down to Florida, we went to Disney and we went to Universal Studios. And I don't remember a ton of it, but I do really clearly remembering going on the Twister ride at Universal Studios. It was kind of more of like a Twister experience. I think you went and you were even standing on like a platform that kind of rotated or moved, and you could hold onto a bar, and then it was like Twister going on. And Twister was one of my favorite. Twister was one of the scariest movies that you can like show kids, basically. This is so funny. You guys have all coordinated this together. It's amazing. Oh, did I push a button and now it's incredibly quiet? This is so sweet. It's adorable. It's so quiet. Speak up, V. Yeah, it's actually like so fucking crazy quiet. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. What do we do, pup? Everyone's saying it's so quiet. So very, very quiet. They need me to be louder and louder and louder. What do I do, puppy? What do I do? Do I just pay attention to only you? You and only you all the time? Honestly, she's right. She's right. Yeah. You guys, sometimes people on the internet, or even just a person, I think that was one of the scariest things. Do you guys know the dead internet theory? Oh, sorry, the end of that story that I was saying before people started playing this game was that I got a stuffed animal cow off of the Universal Studios ride. And I loved that stuffed animal cow. It was so sweet. Yeah. Anyways, so do you know the dead internet theory? This idea that there's like nobody on the internet. That there's nobody on the internet. Nobody's actually writing anything. Nobody's actually posting anything. It's just, exactly. It's just me. It's just Zool. Hi, puppy. She's really, I mean, look at her. She's dedicated to the love and, did you want me to, do you want to come up? Do you want to come up? Here, I can move the microphone. And now you can come up over here. Oh, she does. Oh, she do. Oh. Oh, what a good dog. Hey, beautiful girl. Okay, now it's the dog and me. Okay, I think yeah, every once in a while. Oh, and you know what's so interesting? I bet I can tell you exactly why that just happened right now. Why all of a sudden there was this like little influx of what seemed like random people popping in to all make the same type of joke. This happened once before as well, and it was because I mentioned Nim. And unfortunately, his community really fucking, some of them are not so nice actually. Some of the people in Nim's community can be like disgusting assholes. Yeah. I made a huge mistake. No. Exactly. I have no idea. Like, I could also be slandering a perfectly innocent community in this moment. I can recognize that as a level-headed cow person. Yeah. I also just think, there's better shit you can do. And if there isn't, then I'm flattered. I'm the best you can do. Damn, the bar is low. The bar is so low. But to be honest, it's comfy on the floor. Do you want to come lay down? Bow? Lay down. Oh, Ritus, I'm gonna go investigate. No, Ritus, please don't do that. That's the last thing we need to do. I think this is very interesting. This is like the energy of youth, where it's like, I have an idea. I'm going to now act on this idea. And it's like, don't act on that idea. It's just an idea, Ritus. It could also have nothing to do with Nim, and it could just be a full-on coincidence. Like, the reality is we're the most amazing pattern recognition machines on the planet. We want to, because our survival depends on being able to see patterns. And so there is no pattern here. We're just on the internet, and I'm just dressed as a sexy cow. And sometimes people are just fucking stupid all at once. And that's as complicated as it gets. I'm more excited about what I'm going to do for my date tonight. Friday is date night. I used to do Sunday date night. Like, I would take myself out for... Do you date yourself? Are you dating yourself? If you guys aren't dating yourself, it's literally no wonder that no one else wants to date you. I have found that when I'm dating myself, it is so much easier to find the right people to date. Mostly because I can understand exactly the intrinsic importance of, you know what? I would be having more fun by myself than I am with this person, and that's important to know. I feel like too many people are like, oh, I would just love anyone who loves me. Oh, shit. We have to talk about something very, very, intense and awful. So I'm going to give you guys, a trigger warning, I suppose. I watched a documentary about child abuse yesterday. And it's like a documentary about child abuse online, because it was the Ruby Frankie story. This famous mother YouTuber who was abusing the literal life out of her children. It's awful, but also... It feels good to watch these stories because you know that she's in prison for 30 years because of what she did, and that her children are better off now where they are than they were with her. So it feels like a healing fantasy come true. But it's also just, oh my god, it's so, in that story, I wish that her husband, and it's not a story, this is real life, pardon me for my weird use of words. In the documentary, the husband was speaking, and he truly was so in love with his wife that he allowed himself to make so many bad decisions. An insane amount of bad decisions that truly could have been used as evidence for his own children being I don't think my father loves me. He left the family. He got kicked out by his wife. Rightus, I think we can just ban everyone who's saying it because it's obviously not something that's real. Yeah. I think we just ban all these people. They're obviously not here to engage in any sort of good faith way, so it's fine. I think we're okay without them. Yes. I wish that I wish that Ruby, Frankie's husband, had dated himself, and then maybe he would have been like, you know what? I can do this on my own, and my kids are even happier when this woman who's so deeply indoctrinated in her Mormon faith and in her desire to be, that's the full sentence, was just so fucking crazy. It was just so fucking crazy. You guys, so crazy. Yeah, I think my stream is always quiet compared to other streams, but I think that's like kind of been part of it the whole time. And so the influx of people saying it right now is nothing to me other than something to ignore. We had, what was it, like 4 or 5 people come in a row and just be like, the mic is so low, the mic is so low, the volume is so low, and it seemed unnatural. It seemed like an unnatural series of comments. I'm very sensitive to what is natural and unnatural. Like, we were talking, the poet and I were talking last night about sex kinks. And sorry, babe, if you're here right now, let me know if you don't want me to talk about your sexy kinks. But he was just like, porn brain has manifested in my experience as that, like those, like, beautiful big filler lips. When you got those beautiful big filler lips in pornography, it's very attractive. It is very attractive. Which isn't to say that you would want to date somebody with, like, porn star, cosmetically filled lips. That was so funny. Like, yeah. And my ex was like, oh yeah, tattoos and fake boobs. Because that was, like, a lot of the porn stars that he was watching had tattoos and fake boobs. And it's interesting the difference between this is what my fantasy is, and then this is who I want in my bed. And it's okay that the fantasy is different than who you want in your bed. Hi, puppy. Hello, good girl. You're such a good dog. Yes, you are. You hear that? That's the sound of a good dog. It's the sound of a good dog. Yes, you are a good dog. Yes, you are a good dog. Oh, yeah, sorry, the microphone's there, my love. Oh, it's gonna be even quieter for all these people in chat. How will they survive? Val, you're killing them. She said that she wants it to be even quieter. Because fuck those people, yeah. Just fuck those people. Oh, you're a good dog, Val. My dog says, go fuck yourself, and that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to come from this beautiful, kind dog. That's crazy. Yeah, she's just pushing the mic further and further back and telling these people, oh, you're such a good dog. Telling these people to go fuck themselves. I love you, good dog. This dog is a wonderful little person. Just as a note, if you want to come in and you want to be part of this, like, incredibly hilarious, like, honestly, you guys, this is so funny. If only, if only we were as cool as you guys, and, like, we did all these cool, fun things. It's fucked. I know. Yeah, if you want to come in and be a real cool guy, that's honestly sick. We love cool guys. I didn't mean to be annoying, but it did seem louder before the break. I'm sorry if that's the norm then. Cool. I mean, I'm very open to the possibility that something changed. Because, I don't know, there's lots of points of failure in technology. But also, yeah, there we go, puppy. But also, I didn't do anything. So, I could believe you guys and be like, okay, sure. I just also know that my stream's always pretty quiet, yeah. That dog's posture is so great. Did you inherit amazing posture? Not from me. I've been slouching. Oh, hi, sorry, am I only supposed to talk to you? Okay, sorry, chat. Look at this beautiful woman. Look at this beautiful woman in front of me. How could I ever want to pay attention to anyone or anything else? Yeah, I wouldn't. I think I know why the volume, I think I might know why overall my volume is lower than the average stream on Twitch. And I think it's because there is something not set up properly. And one day I will fix it. But it's probably not going to be the day I'm dressed like a slutty cow. Oh, I love being a little cow. So if you were an animal, what animal would you be? This is one of my favorite questions because there are some people who you immediately are just like, oh, you're totally this animal. And then other people are like, I don't know if you're really, I don't know, I can't tell which animal you'd be. Or they say something and you're just like, I'm just going to agree with you because I can tell that this question is not something you've ever thought of. And then I guess this sort of boils down to, how do you think? Like literally, how do you think? If you were walking through the park and somebody said, heads up, what would your next thought be? What would be the next thing that would happen in your mind? Because it's interesting all the different ways that people are able to think. Some people would immediately just move. As soon as they heard the words heads up, their body would just immediately move and they would maybe not even be cognizant of any thought whatsoever. Some people would immediately like they would think, maybe. Maybe the first thing you do is think when you're thinking. And you would think like, is this person speaking to me? Does it sound like they're talking to me? Would they not react until they like had something to think about first? And then which way would you think about it? Because this is like the most difficult thing to articulate in this question. How do you think? I'm a very visual thinker. It's very easy for me to paint pictures in my mind or put on little plays in my mind. So for me, when I hear somebody, if I'm walking through the park, scream, heads up, you know in Avatar: The Last Airbender, how Toph, the earthbender that is introduced in season 2, uses her sense, or like seismic sense of literally the minute movements of Earth. I do not have that because I have eyes and I can see. And as I'm looking around the park, I'm placing each person. So if I heard somebody scream, heads up, I would, in a way, in my mind, assume that I already know who's yelling because I would be able to tell what direction they're coming from, and I would have the contextual clues that I got from looking at the park as I walked in. And then I would be able to decide the likelihood of this person actually screaming at me or not. And so when I hear heads up, the first thing that pops into my head is the picture of the park that I'm in. Like a miniature picture of the park that I'm in. But now I'm realizing as I get older, that's not how everybody thinks. There's probably like a really, really different way that you would think about it. And I'm curious about what that is. And then I'm also especially curious to figure out, are you able to articulate it? Can you articulate your own thoughts? Do you ever have to do that? Is that something that is required of you? Okay, so some animals that chat would be a hawk, a cat, and Rockly. I too would also love to be Rockly. Yeah, sign me up for Rocklying. Yeah, I love him. We were talking about Naruto earlier. I can't wait to do a rewatch of that one day. Are you in school right now? No, but I might go back to school maybe like in the next 5 years. Who knows? Maybe not, actually. I don't know if I ever want to do like dedicated. I don't know if I'm ready for the institution of education right now. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling with the institution of education. I also really, really hate the feeling of being like trapped in a room with people that I dislike. And school was a lot of that. You know what I mean? School was a lot of that. Rightus would be like, I would move my body first, and then I would look. Yeah. That you're just immediately, you hear heads up, and you're like, yeah, heads up. Which means put your head down. Like a 1-to-1 3D model in my mind in these situations. I don't think I exactly understand what you mean by 1-to-1. Like, for me, the park is really teeny tiny and literally fits inside my head. Do you mean that when you imagine, you're imagining the full actual space of the park all the way around you? That deep stare while thinking of that spoke volumes. Am I thinking? Exactly. Oh, Biking Viking's imagination of the spaces that he's in are the actual... Wow, your thoughts are so big. Oh my God, that's incredible. I wonder why I make some of my thoughts so small. And yeah, it's interesting that some of my thoughts are so big. Some of my thoughts are just so gargantuanly big that I'm like, oh my God, I could step into them. They're in the room with me. They're that big. They're life-size, like most of your thoughts, but not all of my thoughts are life-size. Why do I suddenly want a milkshake? Hey V, I'm a milkshake. When I hear park, I think of the Rotterdam park. It was such a lovely park. It was so intensely beautiful with like the little bridges and little ducks and little trees. Oh, I fucking loved it. I thought that was the default for spatial thinkers. Have you read Speaker for the Dead? I thought for a long time that I had ADHD. I don't have ADHD. I have hyper-awareness. I have hyper-awareness. And so my hyper-awareness means that the spatial awareness of the park itself, which is my... Oh my God, she's trapped in my garter. This is some kind of animal abuse, her being wrapped up in my undergarments. Good God, call PETA. Call PETA immediately. My love, you are wrapped up in my undergarments, my dearest. My dearliest, darlingest pupsicle. Do not put your anus on me. No, do not put your anus on me. She's like, I love you, and that's why I want to put my anus on you. So the hyper-awareness means that the physical space of the park is merely a single dimension of the park. I must also be thinking of all the other dimensions of the park. And so all the other dimensions of the park and all the other information of the park is sort of like listed, and hyper-awareness is exhausting. I dislike it. Yes, it's the reason why people thought that I had ADHD for so long. And I don't have ADHD. I don't have difficulty paying attention to anything. I actually can't stop paying attention to fucking everything. It feels terrible. I went on a date once with a guy who said that to me. He said, I notice everything. And then he looked at me with disdain. And I felt in that moment that I could read his mind. And he thought that I was like some poor, unfortunate soul that was grasping above her social status by trying to engage with him. It was deeply upset. It made me feel so small and stupid and dirty and dumb. It was terrible. It was a terrible experience, but also incredibly valuable because now I know how to deal with people when they speak to me in that way, because I've had it happen before. I was able to experience it in my mind and in my soul and in my body. And now the next time that it happens, I can tell that person, oh, really? You notice everything? Tell me everything that you notice. And then when he's unable to articulate it, I get to tell him, I wonder if you're not noticing as many things as you think you are then. I am also so hyper-aware. I don't really relax and it sucks. Yes, exactly right. That's why I keep telling you to do the PTSD yoga. The thing about doing the PTSD yoga is that you have to do it 12 times before you do it once. You know what I mean? You have to do 12 rounds of PTSD yoga, and then you might actually be able to follow along with the video and do all the things in the video. Because what the PTSD yoga does is train your body literally how to relax. And what's nice about learning how to relax is that the YouTube video physiologically guides you through it, which takes the confusion out of the metaphysical transformation that we're expected to master as we get older. I did the PTSD, I've done it 3 days this week. And I think that's the reason I've been able to stream for 3 days this week, is literally because I've been doing the PTSD yoga. It's just a 40-minute yoga routine. It's very simple. I can describe every single part of it to you because I've done it so many times. It's actually in my body now in a real way as well. So the PTSD yoga with Adrian, you can go to Google and you can type in PTSD yoga with Adrian. That's it. And then that's the video. This is the video I'm going to describe to you. You begin seated on the ground, wearing comfortable clothes with your legs crossed. In yoga, when you're sitting down on the ground with your legs crossed, you want to think about I can't actually grab it on stream because I think I might get in trouble. But you want to think about your sit bones, which are literally the bones that come to the bottom point of your pelvis that you want to sit on. It might sound crazy painful to sit on your bones, but the truth is our skeletal system is by far the strongest part of our body. Our bones are naturally much stronger than our muscles, our ligaments, our flesh, or our fat. And so we should rely on the strongest part of our body to hold us up. And getting into your skeletal system is a good part of relaxing because it gives you a physical sense of a solid core everywhere in your body. We literally have a solid core everywhere in our body. It's our bones. The leg bones, the arm bones, all the bones. Sitting down cross-legged, you will put your hands on your knees, on your thighs, however you will. And then, for the next about 5 minutes, you sway back and forth your whole upper body like you are a single blade of grass. And it's very interesting that I feel like I'm pretty in my body. I feel like I'm pretty flexible. I feel like I have like a good sense of myself, you know? And the first dozen times that I sat there and I like swayed back and forth like a blade of grass, it was like this. It was very tight. It was very rigid. It was very like a hinge. I wasn't really like a blade of grass the first 12 times. I was more like a hinge or a metronome. It's kind of more like a metronome and not like a blade of grass. It wasn't until I had one of my favorite playlists on, this really beautiful playlist that I can share with you guys if you want. It's just all instrumental, classical, cinematic music. So it's all very beautiful. Some of it is very exciting. Some of it is very peaceful. Some of it's very fun. Some of it's very engaging. Some of it's sentimental. Some of it's erotic. But the music is all instrumental. There's no words. It's just the music and then the feeling. And I had PTSD yoga with Adrian playing, and I had the music playing, and all of a sudden it like clicked for me that I was like, oh, a blade of grass blowing in the breeze is the same thing as a piece of seaweed being pushed and pulled by the current, and the same thing as your body crushed in the other bodies of all the people around you in a nightclub dancing. And it's the same thing as the feeling of all the water in your hot shower washing the stress of the day off of you. So yeah, my like little blade of grass, and this is just like the first 5 minutes of this 40-minute yoga video, and all you're doing is like, just show you. It's wonderful. Like all you're doing is sitting there and doing this. This is all you're doing. That's it. It's just 5 minutes of this. You go forward and backwards, you can go all around, and you're just doing that for like about 5 minutes, and then you move on to opening your eyes and doing basically nothing more complicated than that throughout the entire video. At one point you get down on your like hands and knees, and then you lean forward, and then you lean backwards, and you have your toes tucked under. So you're pushing on like your big toe and your little toe, and you're leaning forward and you're leaning backwards. And what's wonderful about this PTSD yoga is that it regulates your heart rate. I think it's called HRV, your heart rate variable. One of the most solid indicators of your ability to deal with stress, one of the most like scientific methods we found of explaining stress in our bodies, is when your breathing and your heart rate are disconnected. And that's basically it. You can kind of chalk up every panic attack to your heart rate and your breathing become so out of sync, your body truly ceases to function. And if your body is ceasing to function, your brain and your mind cannot function either. And recalibrating your breathing and your heart rate is what you do in yoga. That is the foundation of why yoga is so important and why yoga is so effective in helping with resilience and regulation. And rightus, if there's two things that each and every one of us needs in fucking spades due to the lived circumstances of our lives, It's resilience and regulation. Regulation means so much is coming in, and I simply must only take in what I can handle and what is valuable to me. And regulation means actually being able to let go of the irrelevant things. And that's like relaxing. Relaxing is letting go of the irrelevant fear of our impending doom and being like, nope, I'm just going to survive this moment and the next because I have resilience, because I can regulate myself with my breath and with my heart rate in sync together. I'm hyper aware, and the yoga, syncing up my breathing and my heart rate is what allows my hyper awareness to focus into a laser beam that actually gets me the things that I want and gets me the things that I need. Viking says, it's the same when I'm riding. Even when I pass a couple of other vehicles, their approximate position is still a clear image in my mind without looking in the mirror. Probably helped me avoid a good number of close calls. It helps because it gives you the potential to then predict, like having that spatial awareness and having that ability to like imagine all these things. It gives you this like really, really wonderful ability to then sort of try to predict, and then some of your predictions come right. You get to feel magical, like really magical, like so magical. You get some of that effect being in a metal concert, mosh pit, physical relief. Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do. Heavy metal music, drumming, rhythmic drumming, chanting. These things where the whole experience is so powerful and so enveloping and so raw in all the people around you as well. Everybody coming together to do it. Oh my God, it's so wonderful. I love it. It's why I love EDM so much. Metal is a bit scary to me, to be honest. I have a really intense fight or flight reaction, like all the time. I feel like I have the most intense fight or flight reaction literally all the time, every day, which is not good. And so it's difficult for me to access metal music without it triggering my fight or flight, and I'm just like, I can't fight the music. I have to run from it. I'm not ready to embrace it just yet, I guess. Looks like we're about to get a yoga stream. Wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you just go nuts for it? Maybe one day, actually. Here, just make sure we get those 69 subs, and then we'll do a yoga stream. Oh no, actually, I charge you way more for a yoga stream. Oh my God in heaven. I can dig metal, but if it's no melody, the screaming, or just the growling, I'm out. Electronic music all the way. I feel like metal music is most, like the screaming is the emotion of it, which is like the story, but metal music is about the rhythm. I've never listened to it, so I have no idea, but my experience of it is these two things, the emotion and then the driving rhythm, and that's why I can get the driving rhythm of it. The way that the instruments are played is so intense and is so compact, maybe the word is. And then gargantuan, the music is so big. It's always so big. Yeah. Some bands can help you by saturating you in self-empowerment. Yeah, you start like vibrating on their frequency. You start believing the music. It starts like living in you. You start embodying it. It's so exciting. I love that. So I don't really love metal music, but the version of Playing with the Big Boys Now from The Prince of Egypt that is available on Spotify is like a metal version of You're Playing with the Big Boys Now. So I'm like, when I think about metal music, I'm like, I like that one song that's like a sort of cover of a really nice song from a musical that I enjoy. Yeah. Girl, you are getting me in the mood. I love being a little cow. This outfit makes me so happy. Absolutely. So cute little cow. My little pink ears, my soft little horns, my mommy milkers and my adorable fat little body. Oh, it's just such a sweet. It's the middle of winter. It really is like the middle of winter for us because there is, and I can't believe that I'm saying this. It's actually going to be like two more almost maybe full months of winter, which is like a nightmare in every way, shape, or form. So I'm glad that I have this fat on my body because the fat really does truly help me stay warm. It's fucking cold up here. It's so cold. I also feel like if I was much thinner, I would feel a lot drier. I'm like, does the fat in my body also help me retain moisture? Is that true? Is that nonsense? Could maybe one of you guys look this up? No. We're not being positive about winter. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. She's hanging around for like 7 more weeks. We have to like her. Oh my god. Oh, that would actually be so fun. It's like we should go to the where it's hot, the hot waters. I like metal. I feel like while I'm listening to it, I can hear my own emotions. Yes, Rightus. You know what you were saying earlier about how your like feral desires can't come out because the chaos of it would be too overwhelming. I think that the metal music gives you chaos to express your feralness, right? That's great, actually. You're so smart. It does sound amazing. Yes, fat plays a crucial role in helping your body retain moisture. I'm sorry, we did also ban the word fat because I was about 20 pounds heavier than I am right now-ish, maybe 10 pounds heavier. And so I got really bored of people telling me I was fat over and over again. But there's nothing wrong with the word fat, and there's nothing wrong with having fat on your body. Fat plays a crucial role in helping your body retain moisture, particularly within the skin, as it is a key component of the skin's natural barrier that prevents moisture loss. Yeah, you know what? Yes. Absolutely yes. And now I understand, and maybe that would be something I'd be considered, that as I'm getting older, I'm noticing that I'm like, oh, I'm not like I can see that this part of my skin isn't as fat as it used to be. I can actually see the top of my, or rather the bottom of my like occipital bone. Because as you get older, you just like lose fat in your face. And yeah, my skin is so dry right here too. Cosmetic surgery, here I come. I'm gonna take some of the fat out of, I don't know, my stomach and then pump it into my face. One artist I would suggest for you to acquaint yourself with, very theatrical. Oh, you know what, you guys? I feel like I got the best of metal when I was youthful, when Du Hast came out. You know what I mean? Du Hast. I was in my youth when that song came out, so it was very formative. And I'm like, did metal peak with that one song? No, it didn't. But did my tolerance for it peak with that one song? Yes. Yes, it did. I can't resist much longer with this outfit on. You guys, yeah. Yeah, you can't resist much longer. And that's the truth. Metal is non-mainstream. I would agree. I would absolutely 1000% agree, for sure. Maybe it will become more mainstream with, like, you know, World War III on the horizon. You know what's so sad? You know what's so sad and frustrating? I don't think that if the United States began annexing parts of Canada, it would trigger World War III. We've kind of seen that basically only France and Germany are like, America? No, you cannot do this. There will be consequences if you do this. And then everyone else in the world, like England, you fucking idiots. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. But everyone else is being stupidly quiet about this. It's very bad. It's not the right way to do it. You don't want to look back and be like, maybe we should have nipped this in the bud at the beginning. If we don't want to go, ooh, hindsight's 2020. We want to go, you know what? Let's think about this now. No America. No America. You cannot have Canada. Canada is going to stay Canada. We're gonna stay Canada. We love Canada. It's important that we have Canada. The whole world can't just be America. That's only funny in anime. Oh, this band. I'm not even gonna try to say their name. Thank you so much, Kale, for recommending them. If I see them pop up on my Spotify, I will know that the algorithms have truly linked up. But I'm also like, I can't pronounce that. I don't know. More soundtrack, more like cinematic. Yeah. My government keeps looking for silver linings, and I'm like, huh? You'd think England would have a, like... But no, you know what? That's really the thing. England was, like, totally cool with us just being like, we're gonna be our own country now, and England's like, yeah, you're on your own, I guess. It's wild how anyone would ever think that's possible. I have had a terrible feeling that this was probable for so many years, and I feel like a crazy person because I used to joke about this. When I turned 34, about a year ago, like just under a year ago, I guess. My birthday's in April. When I turned 34, I was like, okie dokie, here's what I foresee my future being. I will spend my years between 34 to 37 being single, casually dating, finding out what I love, finding out what I enjoy, finding out what's important to me. And then when I am 37, I will open myself up to marriage, get married, and then pump out as many babies as I possibly can, if that's what I want to do, between the ages of 37 and 42. Or, the rising tide of fascism will hit a tipping point when I'm 37 in 2027, and I will be pumping out as many babies as physically possible between the ages of 37 and 42. But not because of any choice that I made because I found my husband, but because, holy fucking Christ, what are we doing in this world? Are you not seeing this? I don't like that that's a possibility in my daydreams. It's very wrong. Feels very wrong. There's a Rammstein song called America, which is about American culture taking over the world. This is not like a new thing for many people. It just seems impossible because, I don't know, because it should be. Because it should be impossible, but not because it is. You look younger than 34. Debatable. Debatable. I think this is just very nice lighting. I think that in real life you'd be like, nope, you look like you're in your 30s. Your face has fine lines. My face does have fine lines. The lines on my forehead got like nasolabial lines. Yeah. I look like I'm in my 30s. It's very flattering that you think I look younger. Thank you. I'm looking forward to my retirement money. No, being cut down because I dared to get a vasectomy in that case. What? What? That's a crazy thing. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take my second break of the stream. It's time. It's time. I'll be right back, okay? Yeah. Exactly. It's time, right? This is also taking this time. posted. I posted on Instagram for you. You're welcome. It feels good. It feels good to do something consistently. I'm not always super consistent. Do you have a person in your life who you love and admire because they're very consistent? They're always themselves. I feel like that's a very lucky thing to have, to find somebody. Whoop. Yeah. Yeah. I don't always love Doja Cat. Not all the time. Sometimes she got kind of weird for a little bit there for me, for my tastes personally. But that's okay. She likes leaning into the weirdness. But I do really love that song. I do really love that one song. I love it. I love it to death. Yes. So this person said, "Oh my God, that was not a dog or a cat." No, I'm a cow. Yeah, I'm a cow. I'm not a dog or a cat. Bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow. I'm not a cat. I don't say meow. Bitch, I'm a cow. I'm a cow. Moo. But also cow and cat do go together because of yoga. We were talking about yoga earlier. I'm really trying to get everybody on this like yoga kick, mostly because it's a very tried and true way of getting your heart and your lungs working in order together. I like having all the stuff working in order together. It feels so good. And with all my well-ordered working things, I'm going to take my dog for a walk, shower. I wonder what time it'll be then, because I'm going out on a date tonight. And so I haven't exactly set the time of the date. Maybe I should see like what the reservation situation is like at the restaurant that I want to go to. And maybe that'll help me figure out my timing. Because maybe I'll have like a late dinner. What time do you usually like to have dinner? Like if you were going on a date with yourself, how would you plan it? When would you like have dinner? What would the rest of your night be? Because I'm going out. I'm very excited. I'm going out to dinner. Super nice. And then I'm going out to go dancing, which I'm also really excited for. But like dancing on your own, I'm inviting strangers to come into my bubble. I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for that. Not to sound like a simp, but I prefer the sexy cow costumes. Probably watch too many animes. Oh, like you prefer a sexy cow costume over a sexy cat costume. You can enjoy both. There's room enough in our lives for both of them. In your personal bubble, I have a very big personal bubble. I have this like desire to take up my own space and to not let anybody into my space. But I know that it's also good to invite people in and to like test the limits of your personal bubble, mostly because it can kind of feel like somebody violating your space will kill you, but it won't. It actually won't kill you. It will just be uncomfortable. And then what's amazing is that that discomfort will then move me away from a situation that might actually kill me. You know what I mean? Ignoring the boiling pot is not the right way of going about it. You got to recognize it, which means you have to like pendulate yourself in and out of some boiling pots sometimes to recognize them. Well, not in my experience. You have to be more specific. I've said so many different things. Yeah. What do you mean? We're very different people, Tilden. I agree. If I'm out on the town, latest is 8 p.m. for dinner. So I'm going to go out for dinner. I'm very excited for dinner. Yes, I'm very excited for dinner. Oh, I actually really am. Mostly because the restaurant that I love to go to does some real good shit. It's also the restaurant that I went to where that maitre d' has like a big fucking crush on me. So I also have this like wonderful experience that I know I'm going to go to dinner and I know that the maitre d' is going to be like, "Oh, wow, you're like the most beautiful girl in the whole wide world." And I'm going to get to be like, "Oh, thank you." We'll both believe that's true for whatever reason. It's nice. It's nice to pretend. It feels good to play. Yeah. I think I was a Disney princess for too long. Who is the most beautiful? What is the most beautiful? That's not a real thing. It made it really sound like a real thing because there were so many princesses who were like the most beautiful. And then I almost said, and then I wasted so much of my life playing those princesses. Why would I say that? I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way. Maitre d' sounds better than Applebee's. Do we have Applebee's in Canada? I don't know if we have Applebee's in Canada. What I love is that the first time I went, well, the first time I had any interactions with this restaurant, oh my God, so embarrassing. But also not at all. I feel, I was like told. I was definitely told that like I don't need to be embarrassed for making this faux pas. But the first time I walked by the restaurant, it hadn't even opened yet. It was like a brand new, just like being put together. And this older gentleman with dark hair was like, oh, I was like looking at the restaurant as I was walking by with my dog, and he was like, do you want to come inside and take a look? And I was like, I can't come inside, I have my dog. And he's like, the restaurant's not even open yet. There's not even like any kitchen appliances in the kitchen. You can of course bring the dog in. It's a construction site. We'll just like pick her up. It's fine. And I got to walk inside the restaurant, and it was like completely unfinished, but really, really cool. And this guy was like gassing it up to me. He was telling me so much. And then he was also like, I have a horse, by the way. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad you have a horse. And he was like, this is my restaurant. I'm like, this is my restaurant. Oh, that restaurant. Yeah. With the guy with the horse. And then it was open for years. I hadn't actually gone to it for a long, like, I actually only went for the first time this year. But in the interim years, which was like 4 or 5 years, I guess, I don't know, time's a flat circle, that I saw his car parked outside the restaurant sometimes, and I knew it was his car because he had a bumper sticker that talked about how he had a horse. And so I knew it was him. So when I went to the restaurant, the maitre d' was flirting with me, but I conflated the owner with the maitre d'. I thought they were the same person. And I was like, oh, he's the owner and he's here every day. That's not how restaurants work, V. You're so dumb. Rich people don't show up to the places that they earn their money. That's not how it works. You're an idiot, V. He's the maitre d'. He's not the owner. But I also I was just like, oh, there's just like an older man here is flirting with me. It's probably the same older man. No, 2 completely different older men. 2 completely different older men. Horse Guy Restaurant. We love the Horse Guy Restaurant. Yes. It was so I worked at a restaurant for a very, very short time. I hated it. It was terrible. It was a very fancy restaurant, like this one as well. And the maitre d' was telling me that he was like, oh, one of the owners of that restaurant loves coming in here all the time. If you come in more often, you'll probably end up seeing him. And I'm like, that's fine because he would not recognize me or remember me. It's totally cool. It's absolutely fine. There's no way in hell that he'd be like, oh, V? Is that Fife Dorla? Oh, I remember you. You were the coat check girl at my restaurant, and then you tried to hostess for like a short second, and I couldn't hostess, and I knew there was like no good reason why I couldn't hostess. But there was a bad reason why I couldn't hostess, and it was that high stress environment surrounded by rejecting rich old white men who are also simultaneously very gropey. Yeah, no wonder I wasn't able to like sit back and relax and focus on the table numbers. Holy Mary, Mother of God. What type of food is it? Literally so delicious. So delicious. Rightus, I'll send you pictures tonight. I'll take pictures for you of the restaurant and I'll send them to you. And I will trust that you won't get hacked and those images won't be leaked and my approximate whereabouts won't be geolocated. And I won't have, you know, all of my nightmares come true. Yeah. Oh yeah. I actually really like taking pictures on my date nights because it helps them, number one, feel more real, and it helps me remember things that I would otherwise sort of like forget to time. Like on one of my dates, I got these like delicious, amazing olives. Like the bar just did extra fucking great. And I love olives. I love olives. I love olives. If you told me I could eat olives every single day for the rest of my life, I'd be like, yes! When I used to go to Subway, and they'd be like, would you like green or black olives? Tilden, you know exactly what my answer would be. Everyone who knows me knows exactly what my answer is when you give me 2 options. Because I'm that girl. Because I'm that girl. Oh, I love olives. I love it. I've never gone too far with olives on my own, you know? Oh, sorry, Vaslim. It's very long, but I'll read it anyways. I went to Bill Murray's restaurant, and he showed up with a couple of his brothers with a big brown bag. He yelled to one of the staff to tell the chef to bake this, buddy, And he looked down at me, smiled, asked if I was enjoying my salad. I said I would rather have a steak, and he ordered me one. Is that real? Is that a real story? Is that real? That sounds all very possible, but also I'm so gullible. Like, I'm so gullible. I want to believe. I want to believe. Cybersecurity support ranging from two-factor authentication explanations to password strategies available here for free, so nobody gets hacked, nobody gets doxerinoed. I feel like I try to be as careful as I possibly can, and then I recognize that one of the first things my father ever taught me was that locks only keep good people out. That's the truth of it. Only good people see passwords and locks and privacy and go, this is, you know what? I see this is actually not for me. But bad people just go, ooh, a challenge. Ah! Challenge. That's not a French word. I'm not saying it anymore. I'm not saying anything. Are we mooing? Oh, we moo. Oh, moo. Oh, ooh. Oh my God, I almost belched. Oh, belch and moo. I guess cows are quite gassy, so if I was burping and farting, that would actually be very in the cosplay. Very in cosplay. Exactly. If someone is determined, they will get in. It's a very scary thought. It's very true. That's why every single thing that I put on the internet, any like picture that I even take on my phone, I'm like, if this was leaked to everybody, how would I feel about it? And it's like, I feel good about it. Okay, you know what? If it's a leak and it's like, this is as a leak and I didn't want this to become public, but I'm still proud of, you know, the way my tits look in this picture or the way my ass is bouncing in this video. The reality is you don't need to hack my stuff. I'm going to share all the best stuff anyways. That's the fucking truth of it. I will share all of the best things. You do not need to be hacked. Hackerackin'. Hackermans. Totally real. Apparently he was out fishing, and that was what was in the bag. It happened in St. Augustine, Florida. You know what? It sounds so plausible. It sounds so plausible. It also sounds exactly like how it would all... Yeah, I believe it. Are you enjoying your salad? I'd rather have a steak. And then he got you the steak. That's great. Oh, it's so wonderful. I feel like that's the best way to like utilize your celebrity is just to do those like small... I mean, isn't that what Pitbull said recently? I saw a headline really gassing up Pitbull. I'm really worried that somebody's going to say that Pitbull is a sexual assaulter, rapist, or something terrible because I've seen a lot of really good headlines about him recently, and I've become so, again, hyper-vigilant, hyper-aware that I'm like, oh my God, is this PR getting ahead of a story, or is this authentic? It feels terrible to see good things about somebody and have to feel suspicious about it. That's not normal. That's bad. I need to go touch grass. That is a sign that I need to go touch grass. Nobody's getting into my phone without my finger. Oh, I hope, yeah. Well then, yeah. I love my fingers on my phone too. It's a simple calculation. You only have to make an attacker's life difficult enough so that it economically doesn't make sense for him to keep trying. Yeah. You literally just need to not be worth it. And look at me being worthless. Look at this worthlessness. My dog's just like, throw the ball, you rat bitch. Okay, I'll do it. And I will throw the ball. And I'll love throwing the ball. And I'm very excited for the snow to go away and for us to be able to go back to the park again. And then I can actually throw the ball. Because if we try to throw the ball now, it just gets lost in the snow. And then somebody in spring gets all our balls. You can't have all our balls. I'm taking all your balls. V, I was buying coffee today thinking about how awesome it'd be to buy you a cup and sit at a table in a cafe and just chat. Yeah, it would be. I drink tea, but yeah. You're at least a 32 character password length by that calculation. A hacker would want to give me money. That's true, Ritus. Yeah, a hacker would get into your shit and be like, this guy deserves peace and happiness and a joyous life. And I agree. And I agree. No barking. That's a good dog. It's a good dog, no barking. Good dog. Good quiet dog, yeah. Something that I really, really like about taking myself out on date nights is that I do my hair and my makeup and my like outfit quite pretty. So I let myself stand out a little bit, or at least I feel like I'm allowed to stand out a little bit. And then what feels so good about standing out ever so slightly is that if you stand out ever so slightly, there are a certain group of like personality types that are just sort of protective, that are just like, I'm here to maintain the vibes. I'm not here to create the vibe. I'm not even here to affect the vibe, but I'm just here to maintain the vibe. And if I see that the vibe is becoming unmaintainable, then they step in like a simple grounding way. I really love it. I really love it. This is a crazy thing to say, but it's not just men who do this. There are also women who give a really like grounding maintenance of the vibes. I'm so grateful for it. I'm so grateful for it. So what I like about dressing up is that the vibe maintainer people, like the people in the room who are just like, yeah, I'm gonna help maintain the vibe, recognize that I'm doing a little bit of high vibrating right now, which is putting me in a position of power. Vibrating in a really high way is a position of power. It feels excellent to like hit that high note with your mere presence. It feels great. It also makes you a target. It also means that like some people who are looking to make something happen see that high vibration and then they go, oh, this is what I need to have happen. This is what I want to have happen. And it's really difficult because I do want to make other people's dreams come true. And I do see how easily it could be to make other people happy with just giving them whatever they want from me. But that's not the vibe. Tonight. The vibe tonight is not making other people happy by giving them whatever I want. The vibe tonight is making other people happy by giving me whatever I want. I'm such a cow. I'm literally such a cow. What a cow. Val, what are you crying about? Val, go lay down now. Go lay down now. I'm ignoring her in her pitiful, sad brown eyes. She's a little hard to ignore because she's very fluffy and beautiful. But you know what? It's just because something's hard doesn't mean that you give up trying. I shall persevere. Ugh, it's lovely to love your lovin'. Ain't that just the way? Yeah, it is. Is this the end of February? Are we done? How much more February is there? Is there a ton of it or just a little bit? And then it's gonna be March. It's gonna be March. We're gonna march. Okay. Okay. Now, let me think. Is March better or worse than February? I think March has potential to be better than February. Potential is not like probability, but I'll take that potential. I'll take it. You know what? Maybe potential meeting, like potential plus discipline is what makes things better. Okay, and I think I can be a little bit more disciplined in March than I was in February. February felt really difficult. Being disciplined while you're trying to heal is a little bit incongruent. So I felt like I was really focusing on healing and regulation in February. And in March, I think I can focus on discipline. And what was the other thing I just said? That other thing. There's only 2 full hours left of February for me, and then it is Blessed March very soon. I keep forgetting that you're just 1 hour ahead. I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? I've got milkers, Greg. Can you nipple me? I scrap metal as a hobby. Oh, I thought of you last night when I found the supplies to build your Lazy Susan for your chair. Oh, that's so cool. I mean, if you want to build it and send it to my P.O. box, I'm amenable to it. You could also buy it off of my wish list, which I'm also amenable to. In March, I have exactly 2 plans. Hit the gym, discipline, and finally change the oil in my car. Oh, okay, is that like the reward? Is that like a reward? I don't know what the oil change is, but going to the gym is working on your discipline. I would say that, yeah, February was about healing, regulation, and resilience. Those words all have R's in them, even if they're not at the beginning of the word. Word, yeah, that's the word I meant to say. I thought I said the wrong thing. It's so funny. And next month, March, can be about discipline, which is doing the things that I know are good for me and I will enjoy, even if I don't want to do them. Good. And then something nice. Discipline and healing, discipline, and creativity. Creativity feels like my favorite reward. I love being rewarded with creativity. I don't know exactly what that means every single time, but it can mean a different thing every single time, and then that's exciting too. The oil change is just a necessity. That's true. Not really. If I don't change the oil soon, the engine is going to go to shit. Yeah, it's not really a reward, is it? I guess that's also just part of discipline. So discipline and discipline for you then. The oil change is discipline too, I guess. It's to avoid financial damage. How does it feel literally being the most attractive woman in Canada? It can't be easy. I'm not. I'm really not. I think that I am attractive, but I really do think that I'm like really, truly quite average in my physical body, which is attractive in its own way. It's attractive in a very unique way. Like being very averagely attractive, it's not high fashion attractive. I'm also not ugly. I'm just like very, very pretty. And because my ass just won't quit, I'm very sexy at the same time. And being sexy and pretty can sometimes be conflated to meaning beautiful. That's exciting. So it's nice being attractive. I like being attractive. But the difficulty is that if people tell you that you are attractive, anytime that you feel like you're not being attractive, it can sometimes feel like you're being an inauthentic version of yourself, which is awful because I am allowed to be unattractive. I am allowed to be repulsive. It's important for me to be repulsive. I can't just be one thing all the time. That's impossible. But then it feels very difficult to allow yourself to be the opposite of who you recognize yourself to be. How can these things exist? You have to contain multitudes. Sounds like a sin to me. Oh, my favorite. I love sinning. Oh, Tilden, are you here right now? Is he here? Is he in chat still? Whoa, I just put some really wildly kinky shit together for us. Wow. Oh my God in heaven. I love sinning. Because do you know what sinning is? It's recognizing your demon. It's part of exorcism. And there's nothing, I love a good exorcism. I live for a good exorcism. I think my dream would be participating in one of like in a new Exorcist movie. I love horror movies. And something that I really enjoy is that horror franchises are opportunities. Oh, I'm here. I'm happy to get the priest. Do you know what? I literally put that together. I'm like, oh my God, 12 years of Catholic school and like your own fucking your own itty bitty boy desires. Yes! I have so many slutty nun outfits. I have so many slutty nun outfits. I got banned from wearing them on stream. I was wearing them too much on stream, actually. And Twitch was like, stop wearing these. And so it's like, okay, I'll just wear them for sex now. Thanks, Twitch. I'll enjoy these clothes for what they're truly meant for. Actual pleasure, not just like strammin'. Which is not to say strammin' ain't pleasurable. Strammin' is very pleasurable. I love a good stram. Procrastination is a hell of a drug, to be honest. Do you know, whenever I think of procrastination, the like definition in my mind, again, because I'm a very visual thinker, is a man who wakes up on the couch in his living room because his relationship with his wife has gone to such shit that he's not even allowed to sleep in his own bed. And like that's the definition of procrastination to me, is waking up and realizing I'm in a failing marriage. That's what procrastination is. It scares me. Every single thing in my life is so that I don't wake up in the middle of a failing marriage. Do you have a dom? Like, do I have somebody who's dominating me? Imagine being that lucky. Imagine being so fucking lucky. to be able to like submit yourself to the right hands. Oh, imagine I was that lucky. You are definitely gorgeous. Thank you, Aqua Blue. But you're more than above average as you're calling yourself. Now, I can disagree with you because I've seen myself in real life. I've seen pictures of myself. I've seen a plaster cast of my own face. So, I am actually very average in my look, but that is like a mathematical beauty, truly. It really is. So I get what you're saying. And then on top of that, I am expressive, which when you have like healthy average features and then expressive access to your feelings on top of that, I guess I can accept the beauty in there. I follow a lot of cosplayers. Half of them come from Canada. I don't think one person is more beautiful than the other. Y'all are beautiful all in your own way. Oh, what you're saying is I am the most beautiful me. Oh, I'm on board with there. Yes, I like that a lot. I feel like I am the most beautiful me. And I really strive to be the most beautiful me. I can't be the most beautiful anything else other than the most beautiful me. But I'll be the most beautiful me every single day I can be. Feels grand. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I think I might buy a pair of boots. I think I might buy a pair of boots. I put on this outfit earlier this week, and I really liked it. It's like my favorite black sweater, which is very ratty. I don't know. I need to like grab a crochet hook and sort of tidy it up just a smidge because it's getting kind of ratty. My favorite black sweater, and then that houndstooth skirt that you all jerked off really hard to. And then black tights. And I wore my Doc Marten boots, and they were not the right boots. I was like, oh, these are not the right boots. But I have very wide calves. I have very thick, juicy calves. Like so thick and such juicy calves that truly a lot of boots are quite tight on my calves. And then I also have very wide feet. I have very wide feet. Like this is very wide. I feel like it's quite wide. I remember when I was going to get shoes fitted when I was little, and the shoe salesperson was like, you have like a duck foot. You have like a nice narrow heel and then like a very, very wide. And I do. I was at physiotherapy and all through theater school as well. Everybody was like, Jesus Christ, V, like all of your toes are so spread out. I was like, yeah, I got a real wide foot. So anyways, I've had a lot of difficulty with boots in my life because they didn't always make boots for wide feet and wide calves for women. There's this like idea that like women just taper off down into a fucking needle point or something. I definitely do not taper down into a needle point. I'm built like a hobbit. And so I found some boots. I found some really, really gorgeous boots that are like made for wide calf and for wide feet. And I think I'm gonna pull the trigger and I'm gonna buy them, even though I've just had such bad, I love some boots so much. Then I've had so much difficulty getting like tall boots that actually work with my body. I've slept on this for like the whole week. So I think it's time. I'm gonna get these boots. I'm very excited for these boots. I'm so excited for these boots. And maybe the boots will help me feel more confident about going out into the world. Sometimes when when I was getting ready for stream today and I was putting on all my stuff, I was visualizing that I was Sailor Moon doing her like magical girl transformation. And you know it's like this transforms into that and that transforms into this and she gets nail polish and then the gloves go on top, which is my favorite part of it. My favorite part of all the Sailor Scouts transforming into their superpowered version of themselves is that they get a manicure and then gloves over top. Because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? That Nancy Sinatra's a fucking goat. That song, These Boots Are Made for Walking, I love it. I don't think it's actually good. I think it's a slide guitar, right? I don't know if it's actually like a guitar, if it's a slide guitar, but it sounds like slide guitar and it's so fucking cool. I love the sound of a good slide guitar. Sign me up for that. I'm here for it. When you get your boots, can I lick them? No, I feel like you owe me a bunch of gifted subs if you want to lick my boots. And I don't have there's no gifted subs and there's no boots to lick. So like, the answer is no. You do not want to fuck up your nails while you're fighting evil. My grandmother was very, very into having like perfect, beautiful nails all the time. My grandmother was a woman of details. I guess she had some like hyper awareness going on, some hypervigilance going on as well. She's a very detail oriented woman and very interested in everything like going well and sort of matching nicely together. And she told me, and she stressed throughout our entire family, everyone in the family, it was like, you can be wearing the most beautiful ball gown with layers of tulle and taffeta covered in Swarovski crystals if you want. You could have your hair piled high like Marie Antoinette. You could have a $10,000 purse on your arm. But if you have disgusting, cracked, dirty nails, no one's gonna believe for a second that you are really deserving of all the rest of that shit. So it was always like the nails had to be so gorgeous. And when my grandmother passed away, it was after like she was so sick for so long. She had Alzheimer's and dementia. She was just like so tiny and frail. But she always had her nails done really nicely. And like even when she was in like the death throes of her life. So when my grandmother passed, her funeral was like the first funeral that I had been on the inside of, really. My grandmother passing was the first person in our family to pass. And when we went to the visitation, immediately my mother and I were like, oh dear God in heaven, we are not putting grandma into her eternal resting place without her fucking nails being done. This is, oh my God. And we hadn't even thought to mention it to the people who were preparing my grandmother's body, that she needed to have her nails done. And so we went home and we got the nail polish, and then we drove back to the funeral home. And my mother was like, I'm too emotional to do this. Can you do this? And it was very strange, but I imagine this would make like a really moving scene in a movie one day, that I like got down on my knees like you would to say goodbye, to pray for the soul of your loved one. And I painted my grandmother's nails for her. I love my grandma so much, and I feel so happy that I was able to do that for her and to help her feel like herself in her eternal resting. It makes me so happy still. And that's crazy because I was so sad when she died, and I couldn't really feel very happy in the moment when I was painting her nails. But now I actually, I literally feel so happy. Tears spring to my eyes. Truly, it makes me feel genuinely blessed to have done that. Even though in the moment I was like, is this super weird? Is this bad? I felt very self-conscious in the moment. Very self-conscious. This guy said, I had a dream the other night. Uh-huh. Oh no! What is this? Oh my God! This is such a crazy dream. Okay, here we go. I had a dream the other night that people were lined up taking turns playing StarCraft with you, V. Before it was my turn, my brother walked in, and you let him jump the line, and he got to play around with you, and you and him. And then you two ended the session, and then you went back to his place to play there. And I was like, what the fuck is this? This is an excellent dream. Your sensation of what the fuck is this is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. It seems almost as if your subconscious is showing you that the people who are, that you are furious, that people who are similar to you, people who should have the same experience as you, are being given privilege ahead of you. And what you feel is a violation of your morals, a violation of your values. You were waiting in line, taking turns to play this game. You were adhering to the social custom with the promise of the reward of the game that we were going to play together. And then what actually happened is that somebody completely ignored all of the goodness, all of the valuable effort of your actions, and they were rewarded for it. It's violating. It is violating, and you're right to be angry. So let's take your dream and let's modify it a little bit. Can we modify it? Do you feel like you could rewrite the story so that those things begin to happen, but you can take back, you can change it. You can change, you can call him out, and maybe you raise your voice from the crowd because he pushed ahead of you. And you say, fuck you, buddy, I was next. And then the person behind you says, yeah, and I'm after him. And the person behind him says, yeah, and I'm after him. Get the fuck out of here, buddy. And then the fourth person behind says, I've waited my time. There's no way you're going ahead. What if he walked up and he punched your brother in the back of the head? And I went, oh my God, you guys are crazy. All right, fine. Who's next in line? I feel like that's also equally possible. I mean, am I allowed to, should I, in a video game, no actual head punching should ever happen. But like, I feel like in a dream, it's okay for you to punch somebody in the back of the head. In a dream. She's dressed as a cow and she's advocating for donkey punches. Waking up furious is such a strange experience. I hope that day turned out better than the night before. It is of the utmost importance. It is of the utmost importance that you examine the feeling that you wake up with from dreams. Dreams are incredibly important portals into layers of our subconscious. In the dream, I stepped out of the room because I figured I had like 5 minutes till my turn was up. And then when I returned, he was sitting there. And I was like, ugh, I couldn't really do anything. That's also okay. What if you stepped out of line for 5 minutes and then I stepped out right behind you from a different door or something because I also needed to take like a 5-minute break. And then your instinct to step out of line, your instinct to take a moment for yourself could actually line up with my instinct to do the same thing. I love taking breaks. That's why I take breaks every like hour on the hour, right? Or hour on the half hour. Except for last time when I think I was buying something online. What was the most recent dream that I can remember? You know what's so great? I haven't been remembering a lot of my dreams, which is wonderful because I've been getting phenomenally restful sleep. One of my favorite, sweetest simps. Literally, he loves me in a way that makes me love myself, truly. He got me this phenomenal blanket, this like really, really soft, fluffy Sherpa blanket, and I put it in my bed with me, and it really helps my nervous system just automatically tune into you are safe, you are sound, and you can sleep. And then I do, and it's so lovely, it's so lovely. Sam Dog says, I told my therapist that I keep thinking I worked at a cinema. He told me that I was just projecting. My favorite part of my therapy with my therapists is when we talk about severance. I have 3 different therapists, which I know sounds like a lot, but it's really not. Like, I have 3 separate therapists, and I do a combined total of 5 hours a month of therapy, which is actually not that much therapy. I have a psychotherapist who I talk to about my feelings, and I love my psychotherapist who I talk to about my feelings. I have a massage therapist, and my massage therapist is the person who really gave me the understanding of my body, which is amazing. And now I have a physiotherapist because a lot of us have gone to physiotherapy after like a traumatic injury to try to get our bodies back to what we felt was healthy before the injury. But the reality is, even without catastrophic injury, we hold on to a lot of unhealthy things in our body. And if you have the insurance, if you have the ability to talk to a physiotherapist, you can go to a physiotherapist and you can say, I want to expand my awareness of my body. I want to learn how to roller skate, or I want to start playing football, or I want to start rock climbing. And a physiotherapist can be like, okay, I can help you do that in like 3 to 6 months. And it's valuable information to talk to an actual physiotherapist in a way that I never realized. I didn't even know. Yes. So I love my therapy, and I love that I talk with all 3 of my therapists about severance. I'm like, have you watched it? What did you think of the episode? Oh my God, this part was so crazy. Did you hear about this? I read this theory. To me, that's actually cool that you throw hands in dreams. Rightus, this is a masculinity that I find incredibly valuable. And I kind of freaked out the poet last night because I talked to him about the masculinity that I see in him. And he was like, masculinity feels almost like a dirty word for some men, where they're just like, it's hard to not hear masculinity and have the echoes of toxic masculinity come into the conversation as well. And for me, something that I value about you, Rightus, about the poet, is that you are the kind of people who would throw hands, Who would throw hands? In a dream or in a situation that genuinely required it? That like, Ritus, you are the kind of person that if we were sitting at the table in Rotterdam and a man walked up to the table and said something rude to me, said something like, your outfit is so inappropriate, you should be ashamed of yourself. I immediately know that like Ritus, I feel like Elle as well. I feel like Clint would too. And so sweet and so wonderfully, I feel like Ian and Ritus's instincts would both be to attack that guy and to check on me, to be like, oh my god, V, don't listen to him. To check to make sure that like an insult didn't land on me. It's why you guys are such great moderators. It's because that's what you do literally by moderating. You stop people from attacking me. I love it. And that is, to me, like the utmost of masculinity, is to see a charging insult and to put yourself between it because you see that you can take it. And honestly, I don't know if I can always take the insults. Lemon baboon. Oh, sorry, Lemoon baboon? My bad. I thought it was lemon baboon, and I was like, ooh, citrus monkey. It's Lemoon baboon. That's a great username. That's a lovely username. I like that. Sounds like I got invited to a team of amazing people. Everybody is really amazing. I feel like all the moderators are amazing, which isn't to say that we're perfect. I've gotten into fights with moderators. I've been angry at moderators. I told one of the former moderators earlier this week that I hated him because in that moment I was really angry at him. But like, I think each of us are good people, which isn't to say that we can't be assholes at the same time. Even though I had drinks, I was monitoring around Dahlia at the strip club as well. It's so comforting to be around people who can like share the load of that hypervigilance and that hyper-awareness. It's like, you take that hemisphere of the world and I'll take this hemisphere of the world, and all of a sudden I don't have to take care of the whole world myself, and it's just, that 50% reduction is just such a fucking dream come true. I love it. I love it. Okay, I'm actually very excited for TwitchCon. I'm going to figure out who I can invite to come with me. Maybe I can invite Brooklyn and Faith to come with me. They're in the middle of like planning their own wedding, so like finances might be kind of tight for them. But I can find somebody to come with me and be my like hand-holding buddy in Amsterdam. Yeah, I'll find somebody to be my TwitchCon buddy. It'll be great. I'll find somebody. I also have like so many friends all over the world that I can call on. I don't have to like bring somebody from Toronto. You are such a good kid. You guys, when did the cat get here? I kind of, not that I like haven't been paying attention to her, but hello, my love. Hello, my love. I just want to squeeze her. I want her to come right. Come here. Stand, come here. Kitty, come here. Please come here. Do you know what I love about the strip club? Do you know what I love? I would love to come to the strip club, actually. Do you know what I love about the strip club? People's bodies are so insanely beautiful. The way that their bodies move, the like inspiration of their gesture is just insanely intoxicating. Oh, yes. Kitty, do you want to come here? Let's see what happens if I give her a squeeze. Let's see what happens if I grab her. She bit me and screamed. So I'm probably not going to do that again. She gave me a bite and she gave me a scream. Oh, are you just the sweetest, most wonderful little thing? Yes, you are just the sweetest, most wonderful little thing. Oh, I love her to death. Oh, I love her to death. It's so hard to get excited about leaving home when this is what my home is. Do you ever get changing dreams? Like it starts walking on a sidewalk, you turn a corner and you're riding a bike, and then off trail now, dirt bike, entering a clearing, driving in a derby. That dream sounds exhausting. I'm sure that I've had dreams like that. I can remember waking up and feeling exhausted. Like I was, yes, moving, always being pushed forward, always having to continually draw myself ahead. Yeah. V, do you want to hear a fun coincidence? Minutes after booking our hotel, we noticed it's basically across the street from the club. Yes! Oh my gosh, yay! I love those happy coincidences. Yes. Ah! No biting! No biting. You scary. You scary kitty. She scares me. She gave me a scary bitey kitty face. Well, that's good for you guys then. You won't have to worry about getting scammed by the taxi drivers right outside. Scammy taxi drivers are, I feel like one of the scariest moments of my entire life was completely transformed and alleviated by remembering that there was a man with us. So it was me and a bunch of other lady streamers, and we were in San Diego, and we were taking an Uber home from a party that we were at. And our Uber driver was like, oh, the route that Uber wants me to take is not good, so I'm just gonna cancel the ride and I'll just like drop you off for free. And me and the girls that were with him, immediately all three of us were like, we're about to be murdered. We're literally about to be murdered. And then we forgot that we had one of the guys with us, but he was in the back part of the car, so we completely, like, they couldn't even see him. We were thinking about him. And he was just like, oh, thanks, dude. And we were like, oh, this guy's probably not gonna murder us. Because and actually now that I'm telling this story, I wonder if the driver was going to murder us, because he even forgot that there was another guy in the car. And then when he heard that guy talk up, he was just like, oh, fuck, now I actually have to drive these bitches home for free. So fun. So fun. So fun. That's so fun. That's so fun. That's really fun. That's only fun. And we're moving on. My cat does the same thing. Also a black cat. Wants pets, and then until a certain point, out of nowhere, she bites and goes away. So, Jessie, do you know what I think it is? It's overstimulation. It's overstimulation. Cats are not like dogs. Dogs are like, you can pet them until the cow comes home, and they're never gonna get bored, because every time your hand leaves their body, it's like they've never gotten pet before in their life. But when you pet a cat is paying attention to every single second of you interacting with it in a very precise way. And at a certain point, the interaction has run its course, and now it's done. For a dog, the interaction has never run its course. The interaction is never done. The interaction is ongoing and infinite and should always be interacting. But for cats, they're like, we're done with that. We're done with that. Stop that. You stop that. The guy in the back of the car, I might have intentionally vocalized in order to remind the driver of the full situation. No, he was very chill and very at ease. His voice and then he didn't even, and me and the girls in the car didn't talk about this until afterwards. And then we were like, were you afraid that we were going to be murdered immediately? And me and the girls were like, yes, we were murdered immediately, afraid. That was the thing. And the guy was like, what? No way. Are you kidding me? I feel like it's rare, truly, which is why I like you guys so much, because you do have these thoughts. You do go, what would the woman's perspective of this be, is a rare thing for men to do. Unfortunately, it's also just kind of a rare thing for anyone to be like, what would somebody else's perspective of the situation be? Yeah. Moo! That's me, I moo. Hello, I moo. I hope not my cat. She's been climbing on my desk, covering me in fur. Even when I lifted them off the desk, they jump back up and then just not even take the hint. So kittens are a little bit like, I just want what I want when I want how I want it. And cats are much more like that, but cats are like, you should anticipate my wants. Kittens are like, I'm just going to keep going after what I want. So he'll grow into it. Oh, don't you worry. He'll grow into it. Oh, he's not a kitten. He's like 7 or 8 years old. Sorry, I misunderstood. Never mind. Disregard everything I just said. Disregard. Oh, yeah. What should I wear to dinner tonight? I already know the outfit that I'm going to wear to go out dancing, because I have this black, like, tasseled dress. So I'm going to wear my black tasseled dress. I'm going to wear black tights and my black boots. Not the black boots not those black boots. Black boots that I already own. Like maybe like low-heeled black boots. And I'm really excited for this tassel dress. It's going to be adorable. But I don't want to wear my dancing dress to the restaurant. For the restaurant, it's the end of February. Maybe I could wear red. You know that long sleeve red shirt? Maybe I could wear that long sleeve red shirt. I wore it on stream once and you guys fucking loved it. It was so nice. Maybe I could wear that long sleeve red shirt and... What should I wear on the bottom? Like a skirt? A skirt, maybe? Yeah, I like a skirt. Maybe like a T-length skirt. Maybe like a black... I have a black T-length skirt. I like that. I haven't worn that in a hot fucking minute. It'll be interesting to see if it fits because I'm so fat now. And I think it's a size 0. Ugh. But it's a size 0 from like 12 to 15 years ago. And a size 0 from over a decade ago is different from a size 0 that you would buy in a store today, which is depressing and I'm gonna kill myself in a video game. One day. Both of those descriptions also describe you, V. Aw, I'm very much a cat. I asked the poet, I was like, what animal would you be if you were an animal? And he told me his answer, and all of his answers were right, and they were great. He had lots of good answers. He's like many animals. But I also am like, he's such an owl. He's like literally such an owl, to the point that I'm like, I want him, I can just like picture him doing a really sexy fucking cosplay of Blathers from Animal Crossing. Yeah. Super, he's got them professor vibes. It's amazing how many people are afraid to get in a car now. I'll be driving and I'll see someone walking in bad weather carrying bags, and I'll stop all for a ride, and people are like so fearful. Hitchhiking seems to be a thing of the past, and helpful people as well. You're not wrong. You're literally absolutely right. Yeah. Which is really frustrating, because what you're describing is an intrinsic breakdown of society. It's where you truly feel like you cannot trust your quote-unquote neighbor. Neighbor not in the sense that like you actually live next door to each other, but neighbor as in we are all citizens of the world, and our geological neighbors are the people who live within 10 kilometers of us. And we can't trust them because some of them are sociopathic murderers. Hello, 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 Bobby Burglar, aka Dumb. Some people in the office. Someone in the office is possessed by an owl. Whew! Realizes and drops expression. Aw. Nice spots. I'm a cow. I love that Ritus and Viking Mikey just made the exact same joke at the exact same time. Are you guys the same fucking person? What's happening here? Meanwhile, enter the Uber. Hitchhiking was, yes. But then this is the thing about the Uber. This is why Uber is so safe. Because before I physically step into the Uber, there is a digital footprint of me, my credit card, my cell phone, making the interaction with this person. So if I never interact with my cell phone, with my credit card, after that Uber ride, we can find my killer immediately. This is the thing. It's the difference. There's like some agency in it, because you know that there's a paper trail. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I use my brother's name in my Uber account. So every time I get into an Uber, the guy goes, "This man, you're John? Your name is John. Spelled John." And I go, "Yeah, that's me." And then they know that I'm not actually John, but a man is paying for my Uber, which means there's a man who's gonna come looking for me if this Uber driver does anything to tick me off. Break time. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, friends. Stick around. As if you're still here. My God. You should just be jerking off to my Instagram photos. What are you still doing here? Do you not understand? Do I need to spell it out for you? Go on to Instagram, click on my story, begin masturbating, black out, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Do it. Get in there. Get in there and get yerkins. I can't. My cage is locked. Oh, is that what that key I got in the mail was about? Because that went straight into the garbage, babe. You're in there for life. You are in there for life. Can you flex your biceps? My spiceps? Like where I keep my spices to do my cooking? I don't know. I'm not wearing my spiceps. Why did I just imagine these instructions with the guru mean from Despicable Me? Yeah, exactly. That's the 4 panel, yeah. They're doing the thing. Jerk off extra hard. Jerk off extra hard. Profit. A well-organized spice rack is so sexy. I love the joke of Marge's in The Simpsons where she goes, so many spices. Surely some of them have to be repeats. Oregano. What the hell? Just perfect. Literally just perfect. Hey, can I have the password to the blanket fort? Oh, like to get into the Discord? I think it's subscriber only Discord. I think the Discord is subscriber only, which means you have to subscribe to the Instagram. Sorry, you have to subscribe to the Twitch channel to get into the Discord. Somebody can gift him a subscription if you ask nicely. I will be amenable to it. But just one. Just the one. Just the one, please and thank you. Yeah. You guys, it's so close to the weekend. Are you doing weekend? I'm taking myself on a date, so I'm like very, very close to being like, I'm gonna strip out of these clothes, I'm gonna jump into the shower, I'm gonna shower, I'm gonna give myself like a full body luxury. I'm gonna put one of those shower steamers down. I'm gonna have a shower steamy shower. It's gonna be so nice. And then after my shower, I'm gonna, I don't know, maybe do my hair pretty, or I don't know. I love my hair, but I feel like I've been doing it a lot recently. It's getting a little, oh, you know what? I need to give myself a trim. Maybe I'll get I've basically decided that I'm never going to another salon ever again. I'm just gonna cut my own hair because I know how I like it to be cut, and it's just a blunt, straight cut, and it looks really good with me, and I love it. So I'm gonna give myself an idiot. I'm just gonna trim my dead ends off. That's exciting. Give myself a sweet little haircut, and then take myself out to dinner, and then come home and change. Maybe like smoke a joint, and then go out dancing. Ah, so exciting. I'm literally like dizzy with my like sense of power that I'm like, oh, I get to just do whatever I want tonight, and I'm gonna have so much fun. It's a big old wild world of possibilities. Who am I gonna chat with? Who's gonna chat with me? What sort of like vibrations am I going to pick up on? What sort of vibrations am I gonna be putting out? I'm so excited. You got an awesome group of people here, just saying. Oh yeah, I'll keep them. I'll keep the audience, yeah. Ice fishing with my father this weekend. Homemade beef stew. Oh, beef stew is so... Oh my God. Thank you for reminding me. I need to get groceries. Oh. Okay, this can be the new revised thing that I'll do. Like, obviously, sorry. I'm not going to just immediately get naked and then jump into the shower. Although I would love to do that. I will get some groceries before I get naked and jump into the shower. Imagine I go to the grocery store like this. I'm sorry, could you point me towards your deli? Just outrageously unhinged. Just the craziest bitch you ever did see in the grocery store. I am looking for the dairy section. Can you point me to the dairy section? And I'm dressed as a sexy cow. It's so stupid and I love it. And I love it. Yeah, achieving our goals will be easy as, I don't know, cake or pie or whatever. Ah, my bones! Why are they so brittle? I always drink plenty of milk. I'll take Malk over that episode where they reveal that the children's milk is actually rat milk. That was one of the first times that I was disgusted to the core of my being from watching a TV show. Now with vitamin R. She'll go 20 hectares on one tank of kerosene. What country was this car made in? It no longer exists. Put it in H! No. Walk in and ask, hello, I'm looking for the cow boob juice. With a completely straight face. Oh my god, no. Cow boob juice? This is such a cute, it's very sweet, it's very funny. It also, I feel like it's very elementary school playground. You know what I mean? Which isn't bad. I sometimes love some like elementary school playgrounding. I really, really do. But then I also feel like people who are working at the grocery store do not deserve elementary school playground. You know what I mean? I feel like if I'm gonna walk in, like truly, if I'm gonna walk into the grocery store and I'm going to do something terrible to waste their time, it has to be funnier than saying cow boob juice, which is like, because the word boob is funny, you know? Like the word north, please. No, that's getting cut. That's on the cutting room floor. I cannot, there's funnier things than cow boob juice. It's just, that's like the worst, basically. We're smarter than this, right? Or maybe we're not because it's Friday afternoon and we're just like in the weekend mode already. In which case then, that's the best that we can do and I love it and I'm here for it. And it's what the world wants. Slightly Comical is my brand. You know my feelings on people who use humor like as the automatic default. It gets very tedious very quickly. And unfortunately that tedium then turns into annoyance very quickly as well, right? Mostly because what happens is that if you default to comedy, that's what's gonna happen sort of unintentionally. And then we get into situations where like I'm having a serious conversation and you guys default to comedy. And I'm like, no friends, I'm holding you to a higher standard than the rest of chat. Because I'm calling you a friend, yes, and I expect my friends to behave in certain ways, yes. V, you're a moo-moo. Guys, go check out the Instagram and go check out my Patreon. Those pictures are up. I posted them. They're beautiful. You're gonna love them. Exactly, North. I think that defaulting to comedy is a trap. I think it is such a trap that we don't even recognize what a bad... But it's difficult because wanting people to think that we're funny, like, and wanting to be funny is... The root of that is, I want you to like me, I want us to get along so that I'm not abandoned. Because truthfully, being abandoned, the sensation of being abandoned by society will kill you. And none of us want to die. And, yeah, those comedy and drama masks are comedy and drama for a reason. It's because, like, the worst of the worst and then the best of the best. We need both of them, absolutely. But we have to be very sparing and very specific with them, I think. Or we don't need to, but I want us to be very sparing and very specific with them. It creates richness in our conversations that I think is valuable, which is weird to say coming from a slutty e-girl. Just chatting streamer. Why do I expect at some point you're gonna say, don't have a cow, man? I do. I love The Simpsons. I feel it makes me sad that, like, when we talk about The Simpsons, it's so far removed from the TV show that I love. Because seasons 1 to 10, maybe like seasons 1 to 9, seasons 1 to 8. I really enjoyed them. I really, really, really enjoyed them. I really loved Lisa's character. I related so much to her, striving to be very, very good amongst the chaos of her home life. I really liked that a lot. I enjoyed so much about the show. And now, like, seasons 1 to 10 are 1/3 of the entirety of the show, which is, like, it's truly paling in comparison to the rest of what the show has become. But that's the thing, we're a Twitch chat. We do have legit moments of fun. When we switch over to the serious stuff, we can miss our cues. Yes, we can, yeah. And then the only way that we get on cue is by somebody calling us out and being like, hey, your mark is actually over there. You're supposed to be on the mark over there instead of way over there, where that's not the mark. The lighting's not going to hit you. The audience isn't going to be drawn to you. We're going to get lost in the sauce. But that's okay. I like putting these, like, things together with you guys. I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to do it in any other way. You can see that this makes me happier than anything else I could possibly be doing in the photos that I took of myself in this outfit. I'm not even joking. Please go check out the Patreon photos. Please go check out the pictures on Instagram. You can see the joy and the light and the delight in my eyes. I like this outfit so much. I really do. It does make me feel sexy and fun. And those two things together is just like, V. In like big glowing lights. V. I like it. I'm so happy to be a cow. So very pleased to be bovine. Because also I'm a birthday baby in April. April birthday babies. And you guys, it's Taurus season at the end of April. Taurus season. It just makes me so happy. It just makes me so tickled, truly. Because sometimes you don't love, do you ever get that? Sometimes you don't love the sort of inescapable associations of your life. Whether it's the country that you were born in, or the color of your eyes, or the shape of your teeth, or the type of family that you were born in. There are like some things that when people look at you or when people interact with you, they automatically default to this thing. And sometimes if you don't like it, so I don't know, what are some examples of this I can like think of off the top of my head? So much of that lately. Do you have examples? I can't think of any right now. Mostly because now North is like, oh yeah, that Instagram story is 10 out of 10. I'm so happy to be a cow. So happy to be a cow. Just watch me be happy being a cow. What more do you want than a happy cow? Nothing. Literally nothing more. Can't ask for anything more than a happy cow. That would be greedy. And I feel like in the Bible, they're like, none of that. None of that. And I'm a big fan of the Bible. Thigh it up. Oh, moderators also, we can take this down. This is nothing. It's not for me. I was never expecting chat to pay for that. I don't know. I mean, I think we put it up with like excellent intention, but like, I already paid for the class, so it's not like this money is going to the class. Oh, Twitch chat, my dears, the ways that you love and support me are, I mean, there's numbers involved in that, but it's also more than the numbers. Also, it's just like a little bit messy looking. Yeah, it's not. I don't. It's nothing. So long, my dear. It'll be gone. Gone out of here. I trust you're not steering us in the wrong direction. Well, I keep pointing you towards my ass. So, it seems to be the right place. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, now we don't have that little square cut off. We are missing the full shape of my whole bosom. My bosom bottom. My bosom bottom? That's nothing. Yeah, it's definitely time for me to stop streaming. I'm speaking nonsense. It's just gibberish coming out now. It's been gibberish the whole time, but, you know. There was some, like, method in the madness before. It's where you want to be. It's where you need to be. Oh, yay, Ashley's streaming. Go hang out with Ashley. Have a good rest of your day. I hope everyone has an amazing weekend as well. I can't wait to see you guys on, I don't know what day it'll be. Monday? Who knows? Tuesday? I think we have Wednesday therapy day next week. You'll see me when you see me.